Hello, Sub-Zero here on Ultimate Iron Man free to play. Right now, we're going to be unlocking High Alch, and that will be very useful for cleaning up the inventory of rune battle axes and rune medium helms. Still dry relative to the full helms, but Okay. What do you have for us, buddy? Push-ups. Jog. Okay. Push-ups again. Very insistent. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway. 500 XP away. 55 should be High Alch. Got a good bit of runes left if we need them. But yeah, unlocking that, cleaning up the inventory. Oh, that's gonna be nice. Nice stack of cash. Or 20. Five and a half XP at a time. But hey, great discovery last time that I had enough cash on hand to get that. Still got some left actually, and still over 100k. Like I said, I didn't realize it was that close, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get High Alch, you know. So it has been about, what would it be? I don't know, 14 hours of doing magic here, 16 hours, something like that. That's the part you haven't seen. But I'm gonna unlock that here and then go back and try our luck, I guess. Almost there. That's gonna be so nice, getting the full amount for the gear now. Shouldn't have taken this long, but I was distracted with other skills, so... been quite a few levels to get this up. So that way I can join the different worlds where it's skill total 750 unlocked with training magic up here. So otherwise, it's where it left off previous stream, where I had no luck with the Runeful Helm. It was 4 hours continuously, and then 3 battle axes, a rune medium helm, but no full helms after what, hours and hours of kills. So instead just left and have been training magic here ever since, and really like to get more, even that out from the drops, but oh gosh. 8 rune battle axes from 551 kills when it's a 1 in 100, but only 3 runeful helms. There we go. Look at that. 55 magic, high level alchemy. Oh yeah. There we go. High level alchemy. Rune battle axe. And rune medium helm. Oh, back over 200. Very nice. Gotta love that. That's a gem. $600 and $300. Yeah, sure, why not? Might be getting a little carried away, it's fine. Want to grab some more fire runes. Shouldn't need them, but low cost to grab a few extra here. I think that was over here. It's been a while, I've forgotten. Thank you, welcome, yep. Nope. Ah, there we go. So what would it be? They big bones, drops, cosmic runes. Head, torso. We'll get more cash, come back, upgrade the Addy there for rune. And this one was black. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Get rid of the there we go. Get rid of the rune pickaxe, as that's an inventory slot I don't need right now. Although high alch is the same, yeah. There we go. Clear that up. Yeah, see if you take the shield back. Cool. Easy rebuy there. And so these are, I can replace. I think I have the inventory slots though, that I don't need to. Hey Crocs, how are you doing? So I should be okay, because there's the big bones, even cosmic runes. Mind, earth, death, that's all good. Gems. Yeah, I should be good here, so. Yeah, so big step here for the account. I've spent last, I don't know, 14, 16 hours since the previous day ones. Ren? Oh, yeah. Lost me there for a moment. Yeah, I know what you mean now. So yeah, should be able to upgrade that for melee gear. I have ranged with me. My magic, I safe spot them. So I think I got a decent setup here. And obviously, you know, if I'm gonna be smithing or rune crafting, I can clear out a lot of this stuff. It's not a big deal, but that's nice to have. I mean, it does weigh a lot, though. Yeah, 44. Still 72? Okay. Just caps out there? Kinda costly, but I'll take it. Yeah. Okay, good to know. Let's see, ranged gear, fighting boots, quick. Yep, should have my range setup. Magic, I just swapped that. Melee, got legs, plate, helm, sword. I would add the shield, but yeah. Okay, good, yeah. I got both there. Yeah, so Crocs, I haven't, there we go. I haven't caught up much on there since the event, so I'm not entirely aware of all the discussion. $3,000 arrows, that's fine. Spent my cash stack back down pretty quick, but that's fine. Yeah, I understand that. I just haven't done it. Like I said, I was busy with some stuff. Busy here. Okay. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. Again, like I said, I've been... Might be available now, might not be. Like I said, I don't know. Popular place. Ah, here's one. Long range is a little slower, but I got enough cash for that. It does drop hit a little bit, but yeah, less damage. I still can wear can wear rune. It just means less chance of getting hit with melee. Might be good. So yeah, Croc, you're saying they're out now? Ah, okay. Not ideal with the pattern we have here, but that's okay, I guess. Oh, the arrows, yeah. Myth arrows. So myth, iron. Yeah, still should be okay. And I'll high alch the items. Ah, very nice. Yeah. The fan-made version that they then acquired. Yeah. Because they tried to make their own idle version before. I hope I get a full helm, like, you know, going through these kills. Law runes, very nice. It's easier when it's this one dragging it up, but that's okay. Guess they're going after the mage. Interesting choice, but okay. You know, we can switch. Okay. But yeah, once I get one full helm, swap with the Addy one there. And any extras. Is that T10? What's that one? I forget, sorry. Yeah. What's the zone requirement for that one? Backup spot. There we go. Yeah, it's for the achievement, but what, which one is that? Yeah, T10. Okay. Yeah, with a couple... Yeah, first day. Like I said, with getting the right gear, characters, and legendaries, you know, it's not too difficult. I think you passed, didn't you get T4 on the event? If you did, then you probably should be able to do that without too much difficulty. Because it only Yeah. So you should be good. Yeah, so, like, it does get harder, but if you have a party that is... Oh, that's what I forgot. Chisel. Darn. Okay. I was like, there's something I'm missing. What am I missing? Yeah. Yeah, I want to cut those and then get rid of them. If you have the highest one, then absolutely, you want to get that as high as possible. And if you don't have it maxed, then having other people contribute ones that increase that is the way you should go. That's a very good start, and you shouldn't have too much difficulty with that. And so especially if others contribute, I mean, obviously that's the main champion for that, being Evergreen, but, you know, Caddy, Zorbu, those ones also contribute as well. And so if you factor them in, then that can get to 200 or close to it. You can also use scrolls as well. And so with that maxed, you're doing twice as much damage. Hey, Kuwu. Thank you. Okay, now I got my trusty chisel. I got enough space for gems, iron arrows. Yeah, with the damage you're able to do, at least with your ideal team, really shouldn't be too much of an issue. Some days are bad, sure, but if you miss that day, it redraws that one. So if you get one you really don't like, technically you can skip that day and, you know, come back, but then you're losing out on the DPS, so... Taken already. Okay. I go get my chisel and come back. Yeah. Okay. Busy. There we go. Yes, the music is from the game. Yes. All of these songs. I'm free to play, so I can only unlock so many of them, but yeah. It's funny, switching long range dropped my hit chance, but that's better than what I had when I started down here, so a net gain? I don't know. Kill time's not too bad. Big bones, steel, arrows, okay. So that's where using the steel arrows I can save a little bit of space because they go right back into the inventory I'm using. I think you need one empty slot, but oh great, I don't have to move from here too, that's nice. I waste 2 arrows, but that's okay. And yes, when buying arrows I should hop worlds and get them for the lowest price, but right now I just didn't care, so I bought up the 1500 he had. What's the drop gonna be? Iron arrows? Okay. Maybe it is a little bit wasteful using the arrows to get defense XP instead of pure ranged, but that'll help with melee. That way I can just focus on strength or attack too. So, and I plan to have a lot of time spent with these guys for cash. So 62 ranged already, and it does pay for itself with the loot they drop typically. Myth Kite Shield. See, that's one of the things I should have held on to from the drops when switching to the splashing, but oh well. So, you know, decent melee gear, because I thought you could buy that in the shield shop, but you can't. You could sell it to them, but you can't buy it, so. If I need to, the rune plate legs, rune sword, easy enough to get back in the shop there, so that'll give me extra inventory. I can drop the planks are for the quest though. I could drop them. Because High Alch gives you the same as selling it to a shopkeeper. Hey, Ledia. Right? This is just the game music. Hey, Britt. How are you doing? Ooh, 14 law runes. That's nice. So we'll put this on, well, I'll leave it for right now. Right? It gets a bit, tiresome when it goes again and again and again, so after a little bit I'll put it on random. But for right now, it's good. And so, Lediath and Britt, I was able to... So after the grind we had last time here and not getting a rune full helm, that's why I had to buy an Addy full helm. Nice. So still don't have the drop for that, but it was like 4 hours of kills and not a single one dropped. So up here, this is what I'm talking about. It's a 1 in 100 drop rate, and I've killed 559 and I have 3. But I can't complain too much because the more expensive item, the Rune Battle Axe, I got 8 of those, and it's a 1 in 100 drop, so I'm well ahead on that. But yeah, it's a little annoying when I'm looking for the one item and it doesn't drop. As I was talking to some of the others, it's like, yep, that's Iron Man RNG for you. You're like, this is the drop. Uncut Sapphire? Okay. I'm sure she is. Well, I hope everyone's doing well today. Yeah, and Lediath, Croc, Britt, let me know if the music gets a little tiresome because it just repeats at this area section on loop. And so I can do manual, I can do random to mix it up, but just let me know if it's starting to annoy you guys. But yeah, the plan here is combat to try and grind out that drop again now that I have High Alch. I mean, these are higher level than me, and they can hit for, I think it's 8s. So I can take a few hits, but that's why I'm using ranged on them. No, you just use different attention levels. He's not wrong. Toddler, wait. Lediath, do yours? Is it Idol Champions, or do you take the crown with that one? Minecraft, yeah. Cosmic runes. Okay, that's a little annoying. Yeah, I'll get rid of the sword for now. Easy to re-grab that. under ranges. That'll work. Three people with scales. Oh, the boost to scales. And your you said you had jar, so that's 150 for assault damage on the trials. Yeah, it's not too bad, Lediath, when they're able to get to like 1400, 1500 in the event. But it'll be a challenge with some of the restrictions and people getting removed. But toddlers play games, just not video games. It's like, where did I hide mommy's glasses? Or, hey, I've got this cup. They play mind games, not video games. I'm not going to bed now. I'm gonna wake you up at 5 a.m. when you thought you could sleep for an extra hour. Uncut ruby, nice. There we go. Minecraft and Fortnite. Yeah. The one you build with nature, the other one, the storm comes in and takes you out, right? If you wait too long, it closes in, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I get that. I've seen, and I'm not saying it's bad game. You know, some people really like it. I just don't. Lediath, you know about buying skins in games? War Duck, anyone? Uh, War Duck is pretty good though. I don't even use them that often, but that's a tempting one. Oh, fantastic. I'm working on a puzzle too. Why is the RNG so random? I'm gonna have 600 kills and 3 full helms. I'm gonna be at double the drop rate. Or sorry, half the drop rate, double the kills. Wall runes, yep. Yeah, I know what you meant. I'm just giving you a hard time. Now the question is the puzzle when you're finished, is it going to look the way it should be? Do you get any of the pieces mixed up, or are any missing? You know. Also, what size puzzle is it? 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000 piece? Big bones. Okay, Ledia, thanks. Because I found out that there's a jigsaw puzzle maker. They make high quality puzzles by where I was traveling by recently. I don't recall the name offhand. I think it starts with an R. Anyway, it's one of those, if you see the name, it's like, oh, it's they make those, or it's that manufacturer. So that was an interesting discovery on my travels. $350 is not bad. More cosmic runes, there we go. Horses? Okay. almost at a range level. Although defense might get there faster the way that's going. Yeah, so it has 350 pieces now. You gotta keep it up and away from the toddler to make sure it stays at 350 pieces, right? Earth runes. The challenge isn't actually the puzzle, it's keeping it up and away and in well, one stack. I know it's not one piece yet, you haven't fully assembled it, but yeah. See, that's the game in the game. You think it's about putting the puzzle together, and it's like, no, it's a game of keep away. Man, low hits. Come on. Not that much health left. Okay, one more. Nope. Okay, two more. Ooh, uncut diamond. In this form, it's 120 for high alch. Like that. 1200. Oh. Food, that's the other big draw, yeah. It's like, oh, you've got food, I'll follow you around. One more good hit. Come on. No! Wait. That was interesting. It showed 6 on there. But I thought it said its health was 7. Yeah, I won't fight the extra kill. That's fine with me. So 1 range level will jump it up, okay. But 2 defense or hit points, also leveling those. Okay. Attack and strength much less. Okay. Uncut emerald? Okay. There we go. Lucky hit, tag. That's what I was trying for, but sometimes they just wander a bit to the left, and then I can't get them without running out. There we go, 41 defense. Nature Rune drops to catch up with the Alching too. Big bones. Yay. Slowly getting a prayer level that way. Chaos runes. Okay. That was a safe spot. I was like, what? What's going on? Yeah. Heal quick enough from that. No big deal. Am I gonna hit 600 kills before full helm? This is feeling a lot like last stream. I haven't had too many kills this time, but with the drop rate what it is, it feels like it should be any time now. No, I was passed out last night. I tried to stay awake a little bit later to get back to a normal sleep cycle, but I was still out early, so. I don't actually know when they started though. Either way, no, I didn't watch them. Anything I need to catch up on? Oh, you're over there. There we go, that works. Hey! How are you doing, Arcus? I'm just here showing off my either incredible drop rate or terrible drop rate. My rune battle axe is well ahead of drop rate. Essentially it's the same as if I had done 800 kills. And I've only done 577. But my rune full helms are the same as 300 kills if on drop rate. And I've killed almost twice that. So arrows and bones. Well, to be fair, I'm not playing the most interesting content of it. Mine is locked to a free-to-play Ultimate Iron Man. Nope. Hey, don't run away from me. I said get over here. So, the great thing about it is you can do kind of whatever you want. If you want to cut trees for logs and make fires, you can do that. You can also go through all the quest, and even on free to play, I only have Dragon Slayer 1 left, and that's part of why I'm getting the combat levels up, hit points, defense, etc. But essentially completed all the quest. Even on free to play, the skills I have there, you can 3 different combat styles: magic, ranged. Oh, diamond, nice. So they dropped an uncut diamond, so let's take care of that. So craft that into a cut one and use magic to sell that for 10 times the profit. That's how you turn it around here. Now certainly there's a lot more excitement with bosses and other stuff, but being free to play, I'm very limited in what I can do. And being that, oh yeah, thanks Britt for hanging out as long as you have, and I appreciate the note there. Have a good day as well. Arcus, what I have on here is an Ultimate Iron Man. So typically you will have a bank where you can store coins as well as thank you, as well as items, and in short, I don't. What you see here is all I have. So it's a very much more restrictive version of the account, very similar to when the game first launched, in that in the original version of RuneScape, before Old School, back in 2001 when it came out, the bank only held coins. So you were very limited in what you could do, and you had the inventory, and that was it. So it's in my case, it's very reminiscent of that. But what questions do you have? I've played this for many years, decades. I'm not an expert, but if you like the strategic bossing combos, technical knowledge, that's in here too. I'm not so good at that. Heck, you see some people defeat, was it 60 plus waves for the fire cape, without ever taking damage. It's like, yeah, I know you can practice, you can get good at it. 0 damage. Oh, and on Old School, there's plugins you can have on the side with RuneLite, and so that's why I have the box around here. That's the aggression box. In this case, I don't want them to be aggressive, so I can lure them over here and not have this one interested in me. But if you do want the monsters to attack you so you can be more AFK, another myth kite. Okay. You can then leave that box, and then they will start attacking you again. And so likewise with the items highlighted and their price, that's an add-on depending on which one you play. So No, don't run away. Yes, okay, I got you. And so, style does affect it, even with ranged. There's different... again, for free-to-play, I don't have different options, but there's darts, there's throwing knives, there's arrows or crossbow bolts that you can use. 63 range, there we go. 59 combat, nice. I basically just have arrows because, again, free to play. But even within that, also, sorry, I have the DPS calculator here. It doesn't change much. It's just when I go up range level, seeing if it increases significantly. But like if I change attack style, you can see the hit percent goes up. But when I drop that, it goes down. Long range gives a slightly longer range, but gives defense XP. And there's rapid and accurate. Accurate, like you saw, the hit chance goes up, but rapid, higher fire speed. So it's this base rate, but you get only ranged XP, and you fire faster. So there's customizability even within the options. And the gear I have on now is ranged. In my inventory I have some melee gear, so you would swap out for what you have. Because I can't deposit it, I just carry it all with me. Yeah, and so that's also why I have the 3 planks here, because those are for the last quest I have to do, and they either you go into the wilderness where it's PKers. Now it's typically not an issue with that area, but you know it is a risk, and there is another way to get it, but it's kind of a mini game thing, I think. And so it's a bit of luck. So it's which one do you want to risk? You know. And so instead I just carry those 3 spots with me as kind of a penalty. Likewise, I could also get rid of the Earth Tiara, since I'm probably not going to be doing... Yeah, but only in the wilderness. So like this area, no PKers. Wilderness is just this section. All of this, there's no PKers in the bottom there. So it's just that top section. Now there's some Ultimate Iron Man are a little bit different, but if... Just a sec. Thank you. Sorry, had a disruption here, but better now. But what I was saying is, if you attack another player, so unintentionally you become a PKer, you know. So like if I clicked on them and shot an arrow at them. Nope. You can't hear me? It's not muted. Yeah, okay, Croc, you hear me. Yeah, it's... I'm not sure, Oh, okay, yeah, I did have an interruption, so I appreciate it. But, sorry, what I was saying, Arcus, with the PKers, so if you are or accidentally become a PKer, so like if I accidentally clicked on them and attacked them in the wilderness, I'll get a skull above my head, and that means that, you know, on a standard account, then I would drop all of my items, and they could pick them up. If I was not the PKer and just happened to die, then you have your 3 most valuable items kept. There is a prayer that you can activate, and it keeps the 1 extra item, so you can have up to 4 kept. But I play an Ultimate Iron Man, so it's a little bit different in that my for Ultimate Iron Man, the death mechanics is such that wow, I'm kind of surprised I hit him from that far away. 4 arrows to bring him in. Anyway, so if I die, I lose all my stuff. It drops on the ground, but it stays there for a certain period. I forget what it is, an hour, and it follows the account. So if I switch worlds or anything else, it still stays there. It's not visible to anyone else, but after, say, an hour, then it'll disappear and be gone. But I can go there and pick it up. They call that death stacking, because your items stack upon your death. So it's a way for some Iron Man to clear out or Ultimate Iron Man, to clear out their inventory, or to take a trip to the wilderness without losing other items. Yes. There are some settings, so like if loot keys are enabled, they can, the PKer gets a key instead of having to hold all your items, and they can cash it in later, but the gist is you lose those items except those 3 on a standard account is what you're looking at here. So, Like I said, mine is a little bit different and more restrictive, but it's creative in a certain sense of how they how the mechanics work. So I only have this amount of space, where a hardcore Iron Man, or a standard account gets full use of a bank for inventory storage. So realistically, you can deposit your items in the bank and then go into the wilderness, grab whatever you need, and come back and reapply. Obviously, if you have a hardcore Iron Man, you don't want to die. Otherwise, you'll revert to a regular Iron Man, and your scores are locked in on the high scores and stuck there. You know, kind of the standard you think of for hardcore, except you don't lose your account. You still get to play your account, but the high scores are locked. And so, as I was trying to point out earlier, there's only a small section of the world that is the wilderness where PKers are available, but there's also some good items and incentives to go there, especially if you're members. So there's the Chaos Altar. You can use bones. So like I'm just burying the bones directly, and I get a flat rate. If you take those bones to the Chaos Altar, you can use them there for an increased rate. I'd have to look up what it is, but you know, say it's 2x or 3x. You then need far fewer bones to get prayer levels up. But you risk losing your inventory if you're going there. So you can run there, you can take the bones, you can use them, and you can do so with a fraction of the total inventories you would need for a level, because it's 2 times or whatever. But you also risk losing them on the way. So that's the trade-off, right? Risk and reward. Yeah, and so, does that make a little bit of sense? It's kind of the way it would typically work. You know, if you had Diablo 2 or 3 or any of that kind of stuff, the stuff drops on the ground. Technically, you can pick it up. But, you know, the PKers, you know, get first dibs because they might leave it there, but by the time you get back to it, that's it. Oh, you don't lose XP, but yeah, that happened with Diablo 2. Once you got to a certain level, you would start to lose XP on death, if I recall correctly. But yeah, you don't lose XP here. And the levels double every 7 levels. And so it allows you to learn the game and level quickly, but then have plenty of time as well. And when I say it doubles every 7 levels, yes, that means 92 is halfway to a max skill of 99. But not a lot of stuff requires such a high level to do either though. So, yep. And so you can see some of the difference here in the circles. That's an add-on I have as well for the XP bubbles, because you see it go up here in track, but this just says ranged, where clearly I'm getting defense XP as well. So I did that for a quality of life for me. But you can see the circle filling for the defense much faster than the ranged, because even though I'm getting more ranged XP, the ranged is at a higher level. So 16 minutes for a level there, 6 hours for a range level. 113 kills versus 5, yeah. So one's 44,000 XP, the other one's almost 10 times that. So gives you an idea of the difference in time. Still no rune full helm, that's kind of funny. 10 kills away from 600, and then I'll be at double the kills versus what the drop rate's supposed to be. Myth arrows. Okay. And so, as free to play, there's access to a lot of the skills, but not all of them. So you can join. You don't have to pay or anything. And you get access to a good bit of content. But also, and don't get me wrong, you can have fun playing it like I am here. But just if it helps, kind of think of it as a demo or something, because you unlock a lot more of the game with membership. And with the members, you on one account you get access to old school RuneScape that I'm playing here now, but also that same account on RS3 then becomes a member as well. So you don't have to double pay for one account, you get it for both games. But I can level attack, strength, defense, ranged, prayer, magic, rune crafting. Kind of sucks for me. I can really only do the earth runes. Is probably best. There might be another way of working on that. Hit points. That's your health. Crafting, woodcutting, fire making, cooking, fishing, smithing, and mining. So those pair together. So, mining, you mine the ore, turn them into bars, then you can create armor with them. In that one, it's focused on melee armor and weapons, typically. Although you can make a hatchet for wood cutting, so there are some tools included in there. Fishing and cooking. You don't have to only cook fish, but it's a convenient way to do that. You can combine ingredients. There's, what is it? Anchovy pizza even, I think it is. So in that case, it's fishing, catching anchovies, putting pizza, cooking it, something like that. Woodcut and fire making. So on members, you can take the logs from wood cutting and use those to to make arrows. Or bows. I have to buy mine. There we go. I thought I was gonna wander following them there for a second. But yeah, so the skills are kind of paired. For the support ones, you know, fishing, cooking, mining, smithing, you know, you can just do mining, or you can buy ore and do smithing, but that's where it's kind of paired that way. And if you have membership, like I was saying, you can use the logs from wood cutting, not just to make fires to cook on. You can also use the logs to make arrows or bows. In my case, I can't make arrows and I can't make bows, so like the drops there, 23 iron arrows, that's one of the main ways you get it. The other way is just simply buying them from the shopkeep. Yeah, so you don't start out with, you know, if it helps, think of it like you're an adventurer. You're not a warrior, you're not a mage, you're not a ranger, you're not a cleric, you're all of them. Like I put on my ranged gear and suddenly I'm using arrows. I put on a magic staff and I am using magic. I put on melee gear and I'm the tank, the melee champion, barbarian, whatever it might be as the equivalent. If you need healing, you make the food. Exactly. But, you know, I wouldn't go in here with melee gear on and start doing ranging, because that would make my hit chance, so like hit chance now, 57%. I put on the plate body, it drops to 48%. So, significantly reduces your hits. So you want to wear the right gear for what you're doing. But yeah, multi-class. What else is there? there's a lot of options for transportation as well. If you've played games like Morrowind, it's reminiscent of that. Yes, you can walk to the given area, but in the case of Morrowind, you have your silt striders, there's canoes, there's the Mages Guild teleport, there's a number of No, I get it. It's attention focused. And like I said, I'm not doing bossing. I'm just trying to get a rune full helm. This dumb little thing, try and get that so I can replace this. And so it's not grinding in the sense that, like Final Fantasy XIV and others, where it's just to get high levels. That is not fun. But you unlock more stuff this way. And like I said, I'm not showing you the best version of it because this is by definition a free-to-play Ultimate Iron Man, so it's restricted in both area and inventory. So it's like, go have fun, do all this stuff that I can't show you what to do. But that's what makes it the challenge here. And so yeah, but like I said, there's also no harm in trying it out. You can do exactly what I have here, and create a free-to-play account and have exactly the same stats and gear I have. You don't have to have the Ultimate Iron Man restriction, but everything I've got, I haven't paid a dime for. But yeah, it's not for everyone. I get that too. And so that's where RS3 has action wheels for, or action bar for rotation. So you have different skills. You can sprint, other quality of life, if you will, differences. And so hybrid tank gear, in many respects, it's more similar to a modern or more modern MMORPG. So, but likewise, you can also start that free and go from there. But right now, this is old school. Iron arrows again. When all I want is that helm. That's just how it works though, right? RNG is... Oh, and don't think I'm offended or anything. It's like Lediath was in here mentioning Fortnite. I've seen people play Fortnite, they enjoy it. I just don't get the appeal. And so I don't play it. Some people like Dungeons and Dragons online. I don't know. It didn't connect well for me, so. But I will say, RuneScape, it does help if you have someone to assist you in a bit of the early game, because you can do whatever you want. That's the big benefit of it, is you're not locked into a given area. You can be brand new level 1 characters, and you can go right up to the wilderness and do whatever you want there, or you can head all the way over to the edge of the world, and you can do that. $42, nice. So 2 defense levels just while doing range. Oh gosh. But yeah, it's along that lines. It's you don't set your goal for 99, you know, because that'll take, I don't know, weeks to get to. And you're, oh, I'm tired, I don't want to do that anymore. Yeah, you don't set it for that. I mean, you might get that, but you don't set it for that. You're like, hey, I want to get 100,000 gold, or I want to get 500,000 gold on the account. That'll set me up for a while. Okay, so that's your goal. And then, you know, you start doing ranged like I have here, and suddenly now you're, what, 63 ranged, and then 64, 65, and suddenly, hey, that goal of 99, you're like 2 or 3 levels away, and then you get it. Another myth kite. Still no rune drops though. Unfortunately, you can't help RNG. That is what it is, and that's what I'm fighting against right now. But yeah, and so that's where you have your main gear consideration in free-to-play. You see it here, where it's like bronze, then you go to iron, then you go steel, myth, addy, and rune. So it's fairly basic. But then if you have members, there's side versions that, you know, maybe they have a different ability, or they're similar to a rune dagger or whatever, but they hit twice or something like that. So there's some side options. It's not just a pure, this one's better than another. It kind of depends on the situation. Like I was mentioning for members with the ranged weapons, some blow dart absolutely works best. That's in the fight caves, I think. But yeah, on free to play, I don't have access to that, especially as an Ultimate Iron Man. On free to play, it's like, hey, great, I'm more limited. But therein lies the fun. How do I figure out, it's the puzzle in the puzzle, how do I do what I want with only 28 inventory slots? Since I know I only need 2 on rotation here, that's for bones, and then for alching the stuff, the others can be dropped or disposed of. So that's why I have a busy inventory here. But normally I'd work to have more spaces open. And with this being available on mobile as well, you're not just tied to in front of the... I mean, it is available on Steam. There's also the clients themselves, but it's also on mobile, so you can pick up your account progress wherever you were. Like, I could be doing this on a train or while traveling to a different country or whatever. Just, you can log in for 5 minutes, cut some trees or whatever you want to do, make a little bit of progress. It's not something like you have to go through a bunch of dungeons every single time, so it's a 30-minute commitment just to get the gear at the end. A lot of it is, it can be a much shorter time interval. I mean, the boss fights can take a little bit longer, but you can hop on mobile and 15 minutes, get a boss fight in, or a couple, and then if that's all you do for the day, you still made more progress than you otherwise would have. I do appreciate that they celebrate the game's mechanics, the way the code is written. So, as an example, with Super Mario 64 on the N64, the US version does not have a cap or a limit on Mario's backwards speed. Typically, when he hits the ground or other parts, it limits his speed. It reduces it so that there's no need for a cap on it. But in certain situations, like jumping against stairs, where you can backwards long jump, you can build up quite a bit of speed, and that allows you to get through doors that you otherwise would not be able to get through. This is part of the way the game was coded, and unless you know what to do to break the code, you would not normally interact with that. Now, that's a more well-known version of it, but if you're playing normally, you would probably never encounter it. But then Nintendo went and fixed that on a later release of a Japanese version, and that's the one they brought to for the Switch, and so you cannot use that technique anymore. RuneScape, on the other hand, like I said, with the ranged gear, the higher the percent on your stuff, the better you do. So like right now my attack for ranged is plus 58, but if I was to use magic, I'd suffer a minus 24 penalty, or my melee stats are slightly positive but not a lot of benefits. So what that means is that for magic, it was a negative penalty, and so if I was to use magic in combat, I would be less effective at it, right? But that has a logical extreme, because the whole point is you hurt your enemies, right? You are able to deal some damage, and eventually you get the loot from them. But what if you were so bad at magic that you never actually hit the enemy? It's in the game's code, and so if you get minus 64 or greater, your chance to hit the enemy is 0. You say, well, why is that useful? Well, because when you cast the magic, you get a certain amount of base XP whether you succeed or you fail. And then, based on your damage, so like with the arrows here, I don't get any XP if I miss. That's, yeah, hit a 0, I don't get any XP. With melee, if I hit a 0, I don't get any XP. But with magic, the way it's coded is if you try, you get something. Because, with ranged, you can see the arrows dropping as I use them most of the time. There's a small chance they don't drop, but most of the time I can pick them back up and reuse them. With melee, you never run out of ammunition, you just keep hitting them, so it kind of makes sense. With magic, when you use a spell, the runes are gone, you used them, so they wanted to reward with a certain amount of basic XP. The side effect of that, though, is if you can get a certain amount of basic XP and never harm the target, they will stay in combat with you, just like I am right now with them, but they would never be disposed of. So I could just keep attacking them again and again and again, and it's automatic, it just keeps attacking them, see? No actions. And it's a way to raise magic. AFK, not doing anything, you don't have to click on them, you just continue to attack them for 20 minutes or whatever. That's the logical extension the game does. They said, okay, hey guys, we put that in there. But don't do it around the starting area. It confuses new players. Why do you have melee gear on? And why are you... I'm busy right now. Let me get this kill. Yes, there's also random events in old school RuneScape. They don't happen in RS3. Yes, I'm here. Oh, just one more hit. Four tails. And so now this resets the aggression timer that I was talking about. So yeah, they came after me. That's why I wanted to take care of them first. Sorry. But yeah, that's the logical extension, is like you could be so bad at magic that you never hit, but they still want to award you something because otherwise you use the runes and you never get any XP. If you're a completely new player and you're trying to cast magic on a level 82, you're never gonna hit them. But that way you could still get some magic XP and you slowly get better. That's the reasoning there. Well, fair enough. But yeah, you can level magic without doing any damage. That's what I did essentially AFK for the last, 14 hours to get my magic up so I could get high Alch, as it says in the title for the stream. And that enabled me to get a lot more spells unlocked as well. So when I do start to use the magic, it's much more effective. But is that exploiting the game, or is that just using what's coded into the game as part of it, And so, yes, clever use of game mechanics, you know, like Briv skipping bosses and then saying, who would ever take that to 9 or 11 jump or, you know, higher? Like, well, the higher you go, the faster you go. So, yeah, but they limited it a little bit, like I said, where they're like, okay, guys, you're playing the game exactly as intended, and that's similar to the protection prayers. They prevent damage from magic, prevent damage from missile and or ranged, and prevent melee attacks. And so you're able to then turn that on and not take damage. But the way the game works, there's a tick system. It's every 0.6 seconds. Basically, it updates and calculates for damage or movement or those kind of things. And so you're able to turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. What it does is it allows you to get the protection, but then before the calculation goes through for prayer drain, you know, so you get protected, but it doesn't cost anything. So by turning on, turning off with good timing, you're able to protect yourself indefinitely and not take any damage. That's called prayer flicking, because you're flicking it on and off. You know, okay. I'm not good at it. But again, they're not saying don't use it, it's part of the game mechanics. So they're like, oh, you want that? Well, we'll have enemies that attack with the opposite of what you protect. So say you protect from melee, then they're going to start attacking with magic. Or some enemies alternate. So they might attack with ranged one unit, or they then magic the next. Or it might be, I can think of the fight caves, I think the healers typically attack with magic, but if you get in melee range, if you get next to them, they will attack with melee, as an example. But yeah, so there are some things it's like, that's not okay, you know, duplication bugs, that kind of stuff. But the rest, if it's like, hey, this is how the game is played, it might be a little bit unintentional, but you know, you kind of dive into it. Although I have to also point out that I'm at 609 kills, 2 hours into this. 4 hours previously on stream, and I still have not got a rune full helm drop. RNG is mean today. That's like 50 kills or something. What is that? I don't know. Something like 50 kills today. I've got 2 defense levels, a range level, and still no full helm drops. So sometimes it really is just a grind. I mean, don't get me wrong, the law runes, the nature runes, I'm getting prayer XP, like, I'm making progress here. Just not the one thing I really want. I have to be careful not to accidentally elk that when I see it drop. Because typically it's like, oh, rune item dropped, okay, I elk it for cash, because again, I only have the 28 inventory slots, and so everything essentially gets converted into cash if it's not being used. But yeah, why do some developers think they need to mess with the games when regular players would never see it or interact with a feature? but speedrunners or others enjoy it as a feature, not a bug, and then they get rid of it. Ooh, three left for a range, or not a range level. Yeah, so 3 more kills with big bones, then I have another prayer level. That will unlock Protect from Magic, which is a big, Protect from Magic, which is a big unlock there. I need 43 for everything, but that'll take some time. And so, yes, Arcus, I'm doing the same kills here again and again and again, but that's because it's useful in several different ways. As you have seen, not only can I train ranged and defense and hit points here, I can also have them drop myth, iron, or steel arrows. In fact, they dropped 14 mithril arrows right there. They drop big bones. That's 15 XP versus I think it's 5 from regular bones. So it is 3 times faster than getting a regular set of bones and burying them. They also drop the runes for magic. So fire runes, law runes, nature runes. Being free to play, there's no way for me to buy nature runes or law runes. They're only as drops as I understand it. And so if they drop these, that's very beneficial to me. The fact that they drop fire, air, water, and earth runes is also beneficial because then if I use High Alch for some of the items they drop, it helps to sustain it so I don't have to leave. They drop enough runes that I can keep using the magic. And they also drop the mithril and rune items. A single full helm nets me 21,000 gold. A battle axe is 24 or 25,000 gold, and a rune medium helm is 11,500 gold. And so when I only have 135k, getting a drop for 25,000 is quite a good amount. So, yes, you could certainly do other areas, but it's kind of the multitasking here. It's a grind in the one spot, but you see people training melee here, you see people training ranged and magic here, even though it's maybe not ideal for them. But the drops are fairly multi-purpose, if that helps make sense why I'm here. So typically you don't have to repair gear except for high level items. So any of the rune items that drop in free to play, none of that has to be repaired. Yes, it's used to buy new items, to keep supplies up, or potions, yes. So your consumables essentially use gold. For me, it is typically me buying my gear back, but that's an Ultimate Iron Man mechanic. Since I only have 28 slots, I can't keep everything with me at once. So gold functions as my bank, if you will. Essentially, I buy the item when I need it, and then I convert it to coins when I don't. And then when I need it, I just rebuy the item. There we go. Prayer. 37 prayer. Protect from magic. That's a big one there. But yes, you can also use gold for membership. I don't recommend that, as you get into a loop where you're playing just to make enough gold to keep members, just to go back around again, and you don't actually enjoy anything you're doing. You're just like, how can I make the most gold in 2 weeks, you know? But to each their own, I guess, but that's not what I would recommend. But yeah, gold is the universal currency. So like I said, you can buy bonds that can give you membership. You can buy runes, you can buy armor. Not all things are possible to buy. As I said, at least in free-to-play, you cannot buy law and nature runes. But fire runes, chaos runes, mind runes, water, earth, all those elemental ones can be purchased, and the lower level combat ones as well. And so you can use that to raise your magic for a given price. You could also use that to buy on a regular account. You could use gold to buy bones from other players at the Grand Exchange. And then, like I said, you could take those bones to the Chaos Altar in the Wilderness for more XP. You could do a number of other things. I can't trade with other players. So in many ways, the Grand Exchange is useless to me. But I chose that. I mean, you can trade other players. So you can trade a helm for a shield or something. But with the Grand Exchange, you just put in your request. Kind of like the stock market. You're like, hey, I want to buy a rune full helm for, what's the going price for? 61,000 gold. And someone's like, oh yeah, I'll sell you one. And so, yeah, except you don't actually negotiate with anyone. You just put in your price. And so if someone outbids you, they get it. And the money is split, essentially. So if you put in 100K, it's not going to sell for 100K. But if they put theirs in, then it's going to average out. I don't remember the exact mechanics, but typically you get a little bit back. So if you overprice it, you get the item and some coins back. But that's more if you want to instant buy. You can leave that request there as long as you want. Typically the prices tend to go up. But if you want to keep it at the low price and something happens and it drops way down, then you're able to buy it real cheap, and when it goes back up, you can sell it high. There's people that make money doing that. I'm not so concerned with that, but some people make quite a lot of profit doing that, and I'm like, I'll just be poor hiding out over here doing my own thing. Don't mind me. can't even get a rune full helm drop. So there's mind runes. Okay, big bones. $192 kills to the next prayer level. Prayer takes a while. On free to play, there's not a lot you can do. Big bones is, I think, the best one you can get. Maybe dragon bones with the green dragon. Maybe. Free to play has some restrictions. It's still fun, but you know, there's a lot more to membership. I'm more than double the drop rate. 1 out of 200 kills for rune full helms. I haven't got any rune drops this time, actually. 2 hours and not a single rune drop. Rune item drop, sorry. We had runes drop, but I'm talking about rune full helm, rune medium helm, rune battle axe. Because those are supposed to be 1 in 100, 1 in 40 for the medium, and 1 in 100 for the other one. I've killed close to 100. And so certainly at least more than the drop rate for the rune medium helm. Because that's 1 in 40. $440. Yeah, I'm only over on the battle axe because I had 2 drop back to back. Wow, that's RNG for you, I guess. Because yeah, I should have at least 15 medium helms if I was on the drop rate, and I'm at 11. Nice, Croc. See, you were worried about getting to 1,000, and you blow past that. They say you get streamer's luck with some of this stuff. I mean, I was lucky on the battle axes, but the other stuff has dried up. Ugh. Oh yeah, low accounts can be an issue, but if you max out the party damage, that definitely helps quite a bit. So Croc, are you using that then as part of your favor farm too? By pushing higher, you're able to get more gold, and that can be converted to favor for your gem farm, right? Ooh, not bad. That'll help quite a bit. And that's on your first run, right? So you had 0 to begin with and you got up to E62. Yeah, not bad at all. Because what is it? Time gates are different, but I think that's E70-ish on the first run with 2000. Oh yeah, the emergence. I forgot about that. Like I said, I've been distracted recently. You know, life gets busy and hectic. It's like, oh yeah, emergence is going on. So I went and grabbed the gold items and said, I'll keep doing the kills. I'll have to double check. I saw my numbers varying a little bit with the speed. That's probably, now because you mentioned it, yeah, it's probably because the emergence event. But I have to pay closer attention to that because they might be hitting faster because they don't have to close the distance. That might be what's going on. Okay, yeah, next week. Yeah, I thought it was just the 2 new adventures, but there wasn't a new champion. But like I said, I've been distracted this week, so. Well, yeah, and the variants. Sorry. But yeah. Technically that's, 2 new base adventures and then 6 variants because you get 1 base variant and then 5 patron runs of it, right? I haven't looked into it, Arcus. What is the... Why is that? Do you have to rotate classes or something? Yeah, but I don't recall what the restriction is. Yeah, that's what I meant. The rotating, sorry, I said classes, but it's, yeah, you know, good, evil, lawful, yeah, that one. What, you mean you don't just have all your champions at Yeah, I mean you don't have level 20 legendaries on all your champions with 10,000 item levels each to just cruise through whatever happens. You don't have that like Emote and others? Actually, emotes are probably all on Briv for the most part with, what is it, 11? it 11 or 12? I forget. Anyway, it's quite a bit. Because what, 600? Then it's 1.2, then 2. Yeah. I was just thinking the item levels that emote has on Briv. 9 is, I think, 600k. And so 11, 10 should be 1.2-ish. And then 11 would be 2.4. Anyways, it's millions of item levels just in the one champion. And so, you know, at that point it's like, hey, you can spread around, sure, but it still takes time to get the 10,000 cap, or what they typically call the cap. But it's like 5 days or something. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, that's the difference, because even if you're 9 jump, it's twice as fast at least, because you cover, you know, every area you clear, you cover 5. Every area they clear, they cover 10. And so then if you're able to go further, so for the same number of stacks, say you can only cover 1,000 zones. For that same number of stacks, they would cover 2,000. So if you're not able to push the zone level higher, then it becomes a lot more of an issue. But if they can push to the max zone, then 4 jump becomes restrictive. So that's where they keep pushing that higher and higher. And I think actually emote doesn't do to 2,000. It's actually doing doubles, because Briv can get enough stacks in with online stacking, no background building or anything like that, no shenanigans, just him getting hit, but jumps so fast that goes through 2 cycles, 2 resets, and then stacks again, I think. I mean, yeah, from 4 jump, but you have to think, if you do 4, then 5, 6, 7, 8, each increment is progressively faster. I think it's generally about 15% faster on each one. I think that's what they said for the ideal routing. Now it'll vary whether you want to use Roots of Loom Lurch or Tall Tales or something else, but yeah. Yeah, well, Croc. Guess who has 9 jump? This guy. Yeah, I understand, Arcus. But realistically, it's the same speed for any area you're clearing, even if you hit a boss. As long as they're not armored or hit-based, you know, bosses aren't really any slower in the grand scheme of things. So, that's why I said the pathing does matter, but typically it's about like I said, 15% speed increase, or somewhere around there. They did optimize the game more, so champions level faster on reset. But that's a one-off. That's once per reset, so maybe that's a fixed speed increase. I don't know. Yeah, Crocs, it takes me about a week to get a champion to 10,000 item levels. I only got 3 champions to full shiny in the last event. Only. And I had bad luck. It took me a long time with Umberto and Aeon. And it's all from investing in one speed champion to the detriment of the others. Oh yeah, I was hoarding time gate pieces too, and then I used that to push my favor higher. I think I'm at 296, I think, now? Oh, there's so many time gate grinds in there. That's back when it was seasons with Jim. And I raised the time gate limit to zone 2025, and so opening a time gate only cost 3 time gate pieces. I wouldn't complete the one adventure because it was 2025, and so I would farm the favor for it, then close the adventure without successfully completing the adventure. I would get the 20 silver chest, or if you have the perk, it's like 30 silver chests, something like that then. But I wouldn't get any golds because I didn't complete the adventure. I'd close that time gate and I would get a refund of 2 time gate pieces, because I didn't complete the first adventure, second, or third. And so I got 2 time gate pieces back. So I go to zone 2000, get favor, and it was for 1 time gate piece. I think I did like a couple hundred time gates that way. It was a grind. Not like here on RuneScape. That was kind of awful, but it worked. Now with seasons gone, you have to spend 6 on them. I mean, the thing still works, so if you use the same champion again and again, you raise it up, you get 2 time gate pieces back, but it costs 6 instead of 3, so you're always spending at least 4. But $43, that's 3 defense levels today. Three defense levels off 500 arrows. Not bad. And I've got 300-ish from kills. Still no drop. Just thinking, like, 629 kills and still no rune item drops. In the last 2.5 hours, no drops here. In the 4 hours before that, had some rune axes and rune medium helm, sure, but nothing in the last 2-ish hours. For rune items. Kite shield, sure. Mind runes, death runes, mithril arrows, sure. But not a single rune item. And one of those is supposed to be 1 in 40 drop rate. I've killed 80-ish, 100? I'm getting more diamonds. You know, I didn't have a lot of diamond drops compared to the others gems. They seem to be fairly rare. I've had, what, 3-4 diamonds drop this time? Not a single, well, sorry, the rune kite shield alks for about a little over 1,000, but the rune items are at least 10k. So, you know, you're talking about 10 of the kite shields, you know, for one medium helm, which is supposed to drop in 40 kills. In another 10 kills, I should have 16 medium helms, if I did the math correctly, because it's 1 in 40, and that would be 640 kills. I have 11. Uncut emerald. Thank you. I shall cherish it, and then dispose of it. I'm still over on the drop rate for the battle axes, but that's partially just because it was so... how did they hit me with melee from that far away? What the... They hit me for an 8 and we're over here. I was here. That's... How is that melee range? Rubber banding anyone? Ugh. Yeah, no rune full helms in no rune full helm drops in 7 hours of kills, 6.5, 7 hours of kills, and not a single rune item drop in the last 2-ish hours. Watch, they're gonna be drop like back to back. That's how it always seems to work. Like, you go completely dry and then it just floods. Like, oh, wow, okay, great. Like I said, this is useful for raising my ranged, prayer, getting runes, hit points, even defense. So it's not a waste, in any sense of the word. Like, I'm gaining either way. I'm just not gaining what I should be gaining, right? Which is gold. Hey, you left the big bones. Air runes. I thought the more you did something, like it was supposed to average, like you could flip a coin once and, oh, it's heads. Okay, you flip it again. Oh, it's heads. You know, 1 in 4. Okay, you flip it again, you still get heads. Oh, 1 in 8. But if you keep doing that long enough, it starts to average out to 50%, right? Right? And so the more kills I get, the more it should average out. So the fact that I'm over 1 in 200 is just a little bit like getting one drop when you have 200 kills. It's like, oh, okay, but you have 600 kills. You would think it would approach the average more. And mine seems to be, like, completely dry. Well, I guess instead of 600, when I have 6,000 or 60,000 kills, then sure. Maybe it will. More runes. Right, it'll drop 5 times in a row and you're like, hey, everything caught up again. This is great. You know, or it can be like the rune battle axes, where I'm at essentially what should be 1 in 800, or sorry, 8 in 800, 1 in 100. And so if no battle axes dropped for another 167 kills, I would still be on average. So, like, I can't complain too much. It's just frustrating that, you know, 2 hours and nothing. Like, I'm over on one, I'm way under on 2 others. So... Or, of course, it's also the other time, like, you know, what I play here is just a small sample of some of the levels that I do. I don't record everything I do. Probably would be good to catch some of those moments, but, you know, hard drive space and just time and availability. So I can't record everything, at least not the way it's set up right now. And like I said, some of the progress done on mobile. But yeah, just of course I'll finish up and then it'll be like, hey, you get 5 in a row offline. It won't be recorded. It's like that happened with the full helms. When they did drop, it was in fairly close, not back to back, but it was like within 10 kills. I had two full helms, and so I was like completely dry, or sorry, I had one full helm and that was like 300 kills, nothing, and then it dropped, and then 10 kills later another one drops. Oh great, but now nothing for another 300, 400 kills. So yeah, almost done with it. You're including the patron ones, correct, Arcus? Yeah. I did have 100% completed, except for Elminster. I've been falling behind though. Elminsters just take so long when all of them are a minimum of 850. They're not necessarily difficult, but when it's that long for a single run. Right, it's like, and some of them are downright really annoying, where it's like the wagons start to take place every 100 zones or something. It's like, okay, so you have 9 slots in the party, and then for all the other ones, you go to like area 200, or then the patrons kick in and it's 350 or 400, so you still have half the party left. With Elminster, you're at 850, and so you're like, I have a tank. That's it, just a tank. At area 850, and you're like, I hope click damage is high enough to get through it if the familiars can finish it, because you have to have a tank, and that's not going to work otherwise. Yeah, the rest is grinding. If you get like evil to the core or a few other critical ones, you can get essentially all the rewards, and then the rest is grinding it out. Yeah, but that's not the problem. I was saying it just takes forever, especially when you compare it to grinding through the other campaigns, where it's like literally half the zone requirement for like Sword Coast. Right. And like I said, in some ways it's actually harder. So like where a wagon takes the spot of a champion, on any of the other patron or variants, you have like half the team left. But on that particular one, you end up with just a tank, or isn't there one where chickens fill the formation slots, and then you end up with all chickens, and you're like, great, a chicken shows up every 50 areas, and the zone requirement is like 825. And you're like, Yeah, exactly. Right, for Elminster. You say annoying and boring, and to a certain extent, that's what today's grind feels like. 100 kills in what did you get for rewards? Yeah, you got some petty cash, you know, a few runes here or there, 300 arrows. But anything good? No, not really. Oh, 30 chaos runes. Thanks. You know. Yes, it's worth like 1,000 coins, so it's not a bad drop. It's just, and it stacks, so you can use one slot and carry as many as you want. But well, you could, but that would be cheating. Because then that's just botting. Although, I can't trade with anyone else. Hey, the difference is IC has an official channel in their Discord where they they permit it. You know, it's not strictly speaking against the rules, where it is in this case. They actively go after people who do that. Because they actually do track the inputs in game timing and stuff and look for the patterns. But the difference is IC is functionally a single player game where you don't really interact with anyone else. Even in trials, you really don't have much interaction, no trading or anything. With this, the whole point is to trade with other people. I'm playing in a weird way where it doesn't really affect anything. Although, that being said, it won't affect me per se, but if I was to take my items and then sell them to the shops and then come back with have that as a script, that would then allow other people to buy it at a discounted rate. So that's also why even on my variant that kind of stuff is still banned. So. Forty-four more kills for a hit points level. Okay. Well, that's half of what it is for a range level, so that's something. I feel you there. Rune medium helm. Yes, yes. Look at that. I got a rune medium helm. First big drop. I need a full helm, but you know, that's a 1 in 40 drop there. I'm only 4 more drops behind the drop rate for that item now. But that was a nice 11.5K. Yeah, I saw a rune, but it didn't light up, so it's not over the, what is it, 20k threshold or whatever, 15k, whatever it's set at. So that's how it's like, oh, it's a rune medium. Ah. Yeah, so first rune drop for the day. It was a rune medium helm, but I'll still take that. So I had about 200k gold when I started. I bought arrows and supplies, and so I've used up about a third of what I bought. So still making a profit, but 50k away. That would be basically covered by 2 rune full helms, or the rune battle axes would pretty much even out. And with them both being 1 in 100, in theory, with 100 kills, you would get 1 of each. This one? That's the chief. There's a quest where you come down here. No, the quest is assigned before that. But this area is part of the quest. It also happens to be where you get some of the best monsters in free-to-play old school RuneScape. So not super AFK, as you have to click back and forth on them, but you know. Some of the best overall drops, so. Arcus, just curious, on Briv, I assume this is how you have it set up, but do you have a gold item on his, was it the dragon? The speed item. Oh yeah, another player over here. Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to double check. Because you said you had the rewards from Elminster, and that's a free gold there. And so if you didn't, you could grab that and assign that to him. This last event was a little weird because it was 2 new champions, so you're like, oh, how do I rework them? How do I get them. Oh, there is no rework. You can't dismantle them. You can't get item levels or anything back. They're all brand new, so to get them leveled up was more difficult than a normal event. Yeah, and absolutely, if you enjoy the game and you want to support some, you know, I'm not saying you should spend thousands and thousands of dollars. That's not what I'm saying. But I know some people do. But if you enjoy it and you want to help cover the cost of the game, you know, like right now, I'm playing for free. You know, it costs money to run the servers and everything. There's no ads, none of that here. Right. But I'm saying if you can spare it and you are enjoying it and you want to support it, why not? You know, like on RuneScape, I have members on my main. So while I'm not playing on a member server on my Ultimate Iron Man here, it's free to play, but I'm helping cover the cost. It would just be like if I was covering the members' servers, but I just happen to be stuck in the free-to-play area. Yeah. Right. You know, $5 there, $10, you know. I just need to finish this kill. Be right back. I'm right here. I know, I'm not ignoring you. Come on. Okay. He gives me a emerald, and or sorry, he gives me a sapphire, and an emerald drops. I forget, he shows up and it's like, is that the maze one? Or is that just the random drops? I always forget. And it's like, I want to finish up the kill, because like, if it's a rune battle axe or a rune full helm, no, I'm not doing the random event. But, you know, some of the random events are well worth it for XP lamps, or some of the maze for supplies. They drop a ton of runes and arrows and stuff. So I do that if I can. But also when you're in, like, if you're disrupting a section where you're cutting a tree or something, not that bad. When you're in combat, that's where they get a little bit, especially if you're not in a safe spot. Like, I'm in a safe spot, I can stop combat anytime I want, they can't get me. If you're in melee range and you're in combat, it gets really annoying. A bit longer. So mine is uh 6 years, 9 months. Now, just like RuneScape, you know, you might start a little bit. That really only takes about 9 months if you're really focused on it, I think. 9 to 12. Now that's at the detriment of other champions and such, so, you know, but it's possible in less than a year to get that. Not so like you wouldn't have it, but you could get to 9 jump in that time frame. I think I took once I really started focusing on it, it was a year and a half, maybe. But I was also try and push my favor higher too, because 4 jump is a good balance with yeah. That's kind of what I did. Is also Briv does help with the variants he can be in, because you can skip from boss to boss. But yeah, having anything more than 4 jump is kind of pointless when you have the variants. It saves on stacks. That's the only thing, because you're still going from boss to boss. So like I'm 9 jump, sure. But if I do 9 jump in a variant, he still goes, say I clear zone 1 and then he jumps. Well, yeah, I have him sitting at like 1600 for zone and he's still just face tanking everyone. And so, but on the variants, speed-wise, I mean, so even though I can use less stacks, sure, but after I clear zone 1, then he hits 5, 10, then, you know, ends up on 11, then clears, so you end up at the, you know, you drop him in on 5, well then you still hit 5, 10, 15, 20. You only use stacks every other boss, but it saves a little bit on how far you need to go. But if the variant is only 800 or something, you know, 900, you're not using that many stacks anyways. If it's like evil to the core where it's 1500, then that's a little bit, I mean, that has to be evil champion, so Briv can't be in there anyways, but, you know. Exactly, you refill in the background after 1,000 zones. I mean, if you don't want to pull him out, you can also have him on the front line, have the enemies build up, and close out the game, and it has the exact same purpose. Or you can switch to a different party with just him in there, then come back. There's a few different ways, but either way, however you want to trigger the offline progress, it'll work. So. Let's see if 650 is the chunk. Hey, thank you for the follow there. Right, but if you're stacking at the end, you can jump out, bring them back in, and then it's ready for the next variant, however you want to start the background stacking. Yeah. Because if you get to the end, it's going to be reset anyways. And so, it's not like I can pick up any of his drops anyways. It's just like, oh, got distracted there. You mean because the background party thing where you switch over and get the offline stacking? That's the 30 seconds, you mean? Yeah. Because I go to... what is it? It's like 1600, something like that, I think. And if I switch over, he gets 13,000 stacks, and that's enough to get to 2,000. So gotta love that exponential scaling when you're like, oh, it's only one zone more. Yeah, but to get to 2,000 when you have to do jumps every 5 versus every 10, like, yeah. Is there normally such a large gap between events? Because I think there's like double-digit days, 13 days or something like that between the events. Okay, yeah, 1 week at normal. Because this one was like 2 weeks. Or did I get my... Because I know it's the first for the month. First Wednesday. And that runs for... yeah. Yeah, so this is a longer time between events. More time to gain contracts, I guess, for the upcoming event. That is true, yep. Chaos runes. And 2 free time gates is more favor farming for me. So you get to first one, you run to E70, I think, ish. Then the next one, you do a free play, you run to 2,000 again. then you get to E90 something. You close that out, you still get 2 free time gate pieces from your free time gate. Oh yeah, Witchlight formation, yeah. Stokey as a whole is not very useful though, or at least for me, but Right, the formation for farming, I understand. It's just like, if you're able to get one that aligns with some item levels, you know, not just the favor farm, it's kind of nice. Oh yeah, I understand. It's like, you never get Artemis as a free time gate. You never get Briv as a free time gate. Yeah. They're like, oh, here's a free time gate for Rosie. You're like, thanks. Just something to think about, Arcus. There is Briv event coming around early next year, so you could save up a bit of contracts and stuff, and that would help get some levels for him. Not out of the contracts, but out of chest and stuff. It's far less efficient than contracts if you can earn them. But it is something you can do to supplement the increase if you don't like the current event. And I mean, unlock the champions and stuff, but if you don't like the current event and don't want to push further, you could offset the gains for that, save it up for Briv, kind of, if you want to. Fair enough. For me, it's the other way around. It's, I have to spend 10,000 green contracts, 50 at a time. Ugh. So I do it like every event because spending them down. Right. Mythkite Shield. Fantastic. Not been a great cash run, but couple thousand in cosmic runes, couple hundred arrows, like 30,000 in gold. Yep. Still none of the 1 in 100 drops. Right. Like I said, it's not bad. It's just not as good as it could be. Neither of the 1 in 100 drops from quite a few kills, and only one of the 1 in 40 dropped, which I've certainly had more than 40 kills, so. Death runes, not bad. That's another 1.5K. I mean, I'm not going to sell them. I'm going gonna use them instead, but still. Oh, I haven't really focused too much on magic gear and free-to-play. I think the best I can do is basically wizard hat and robes, which is not a whole lot of benefit. I'll have to double check that one. Do you know when, what is it, Ren comes out? You said next week, I think, but do you know when? Wednesday? Okay. So fairly typical, which makes sense for Evergreen. Yeah, but that would make sense. Coming out with a new adventure lined up, so it's not with an event, it's with the variant release. So. Gotta check what the checking the drop rate from warriors for the other items. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. The Myth Kite Shield is a 1 in 16-ish drop, so yeah, 46. You know, roughly 3 times greater than the Rune Meat Law, Big Bones. Yeah, but they always drop the big bones, so that helps with the prayer levels. It's slow, but you always get it. So, then the Myth Kite Shield is a 1 in 16. Same kind of drop rate for the arrows, Law, Nature Runes. Now the quantity can be random. It can be 8 to 15 for the Law and Nature Runes, but it's the same drop rate as the Myth Kite Shield. Interesting. Fire Runes, Mind Runes are a rarer drop rate than Chaos and Death Runes, which are stronger. And Mithril arrows, the best they drop, are more likely, slightly, than steel or iron, but the quantity is significantly less, so I think that's how they make up for it. On members, these guys can also drop seeds, but I'm not a member, so. Uncut gems are a 1 in 29 drop, so not quite, but on par with the rune medium helm. They're all the same chance though. Interesting. Because I have 29 sapphires, 30 emeralds, but 19 rubies and diamonds, which they're higher level gems. So I was thinking they were the same, category, where it would have a higher drop rate for rarer gems. But according to the wiki, it's the same across the board. You have a 1 in 29 chance for any of the gems. I think the rarest drop that I could get is not the rune battle axe, not the rune full helm. It's the shaman mask. It's a 1 in 1,200 drop rate. So the gems can be sold for cash. They can also be used for jewelry. For example, you can use a ruby in a ring to make a ruby ring. Then you can use the cosmic runes to enchant that jewelry. And so the ruby ring turns into a ring of forging. And it makes it so that iron never fails. Iron on its own is a 50% chance to fail when you smelt it, and so because it doesn't need any secondary ingredients, it's just iron. That's how they manage the quantity for that. They say you purify the iron, but for example, if you have a ring of forging, you get 100% success rate. That ring does wear out, so you have to refresh it, but it allows you to get 100% success with iron. Now, the way I do it here is I am just going to have nature runes or something, probably not be mining a lot of ore, going to a furnace and then smithing it. It's a lot of walking. Instead, what I would probably do is get the ore, use the magic spell superheat, this one, smelts ore without a furnace. It's already 100% successful. So whether I do that with, and you still get the smithing experience as well as magic. And so if I do that with the magic, I don't need the ring. It's already 100% successful. Again, we talked about the whole wasting rune things. They want to provide you with some benefit as the runes disappear. And so whether that's bronze bars, iron, steel, whatever, it's 100% successful. So but yeah, it's crafting and it has utility outside of that. Although I suppose you could craft the jewelry, the gems into jewelry and then sell them. I'm not sure if that is more cost beneficial than just selling the gems themselves. I'd have to see the breakdown, but maybe. Oh, there's a defense level, 44. 60 combat too? Nice. That's 2 combat levels, 4 defense. What is it? 1 ranged. Yeah, exactly. 1/3 of the range level. Hit points is going up there, but I still have 77 kills for ranged. So hit points 23, yep, that checks out because it was like 44 before and 88. So it's getting there. Just the ranged is considerably higher, which is also why I was like, oh, maybe if I space it out to some defense levels, that might help a little bit. Essentially, with long ranged, what would be, say it's 20 XP going to ranged, it splits it 10 and 10. And so that's where the ranged XP takes considerably longer, not only because it's a higher level, but because I'm also essentially nerfing it, so I'm only getting half. But you can see how much more impactful it has been for the defense levels, where it would be maybe one ranged level, and instead I get 4 defense levels. So I'm not sure when the next hit threshold is, but higher defense, not a bad thing to have. You lose focus, you stand in the wrong spot, you avoid getting hit regardless of what armor you have. Obviously you want to wear the right stuff, but just having a higher defense level, not really a bad thing. And yes, it raises your combat level because of your defense level being higher, but it's not like I plan to do a lot of PKing. 15 nature runes. Those are really great just from utility standpoint. That helps with superheat. It allows me to dispose of items. Essentially, it's the same as selling them to the specialty shop. So there's a general store where they will take almost any item, but at a lower cost. They will give you a lower price. If you go to the gem stall and you sell your gems, they're going to give you a higher price than the general store. And so that's where unlocking the high Alch skill is the same as selling it to the specialty shop instead of the general store. So you make money either way, but you make the full price with high Alch, so unlocking that is a huge step forward. And those nature runes basically mean I have the specialty shop following me around. Oh, 1662. I thought that said 682 for the kill count. I was like, oh, closer to 200. Or 700. 200 kills, yeah. That's this stream, is what I mean. Earth runes. Death runes, big bones. I know these guys drop the items, but it's starting to feel a bit impossible from them. Come on. Oh, I saw the drop and I was like, oh! And then it's like, oh, it's a Mythkite shield. No. Don't get too excited about that. I've seen that before. Come on, get the kill already. Air runes. Well, by the time I hit 800 kills, I'll get another prayer level. But I need another three levels to the next protect prayer, so. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I was surprised for the Vecna one. It was a bit of a struggle for me, but I was able to get it. That's for 2K, right? Yeah, because it's 2K, but they scaled the HP up, so it's more difficult. Yeah. It's tricky. That way they can advertise it as a more advanced campaign without raising the zone requirement or decreasing the gold, because that felt more like a punishment. You actually get more gold because it's the same as the other one, Fortune's Favor, but because of the higher health, you actually get more gold find. So it's still the decreased amount, but it gives you proportionately more. So that's kind of nice. It gives you that extra reward for having extra damage. So it's roughly the same increase, I think, when you go from an event to a main campaign. So this is like a main campaign going to the high difficulty, yeah. Well, I think it still has the decreased amount, like Fortune's Favor, where you go to zone 2000 and you're like, oh, I have like E40 Favor. But because of the higher health for Vecna, instead of E40, it might be E50 that you get. It's not going to be the E100 that you get with Sword Coast. But yeah, I appreciate that it's still better than the other one. So you're making it more difficult, but it's not a nerf. It's a reward for difficulty while having the other campaigns be what they are. So they kind of nerfed the one, but then they're like, hey, we're giving you a challenge with this new set point. So Fortune's Favor feels like a nerf, but technically Vecna is nerfed too, as it's significantly reduced from the other, but if you can do the damage, you get rewarded. So I don't know, it feels a lot better to me than the other way around. But yeah, getting to 2000 is certainly much harder. I think I'll go probably for, say, 700 kills today. Then I'll have to take a break. This is... It's something. I might be on later, but I figure that's a good increase. Several hours worth. Show the highlight for... Well, at least I got big bones there. That's a guaranteed drop. Because that's 31 kills to try and get a rune full health. That's not an insignificant increase. Or for that matter, a Rune Battle Axe, but we're over the rate for Rune Battle Axe, but after 700, it's starting to get pretty close. That would be 8 out of 700. Oh, will that get us... Oh, that will also get a hit points level. So that'll be a good opportunity. And like I said, Arcus, normally it doesn't take this long to get that drop, but, you know, uncut emerald. No, it's not you, because you weren't in here the last time, and I went for 4 hours straight with no full helm drop. So if you weren't in here, you know. But yeah, it seems like after about 4 hours, I mean, I can go longer, but at the same time, that's a decent point to take a break and maybe come back later. No, it's this particular enemy I'm fighting has a specific drop table they can drop from. Primary table is you always get big bones. They have a secondary one for the how did they describe it? Pulling it up so I make sure I describe it correctly. So 100% drop is big bones, you saw that. Armors, they can drop the Myth Kite Shield, and so that can be in conjunction with a helm or something else. So law runes and big bones. The arrows that drop, that's mine. Yeah, not here. It's just a statistical thing. So in theory you can get a Myth Kite and like a rune medium helm at the same point, because there is a tertiary drop. Each tertiary item can be dropped simultaneously dropped, except for the long bone and curve bone, which are members only items, so I can't even see them here, of which only one may be dropped. So those are special items and I can't see it. So of the tertiary table, and each tertiary item can be dropped simultaneously dropped. And so that's a rune medium helm, rune full helm, or rune battle axe. So like I could get a Myth Kite Shield and a rune medium helm on the same drop, or a rune medium helm and a rune battle axe, because it's from the tertiary table. So when I say it's 1 in 100, like you could do 100 kills and then get a battle axe and a full helm, the same kill, the way I understand it. Maybe I'm reading it wrong though. So Mithril arrows, the best they drop, and actually the highest drop rate they have for arrows, but the smaller quantities. So but that's part of why it's so frustrating, is from that tertiary table you can get simultaneous drops. So like just because a rune medium helm drops doesn't mean I couldn't get another, like a full helm. But I haven't. Let's see what drops this time. Big hit? That's not a big hit. Neither is that. Come on. Slightly better, but there we go. Finish him. Rune Medium Helm and a Mithril Kite. Like I mentioned, you can get them back to back. But that's still not a full helm. That's also where I said I have to be careful to not, like, I just pick it up and like, oh, I'll alch that. So I have to be careful not to accidentally high alch the helm if it does happen to drop. Now that being said, the Rune Medium helm is still behind. I should have more than I currently have, as I would be going on 17? And so even getting that one, it's still at 13 out of 17 if I was to be on average. Yeah, it drops now. I appreciate that. That's an extra 11.5K that adds to the pile. You know, being that I spent 2K, I had 200K, and so I'm at 170 now, so it's bringing me back up to where I started this trip at. And I have some other items, you know, that I could sell if I need to. So it is profitable. It might be slow, but it's profitable. But like I said, I'm also getting experience too. Ranged, hit points, defense, prayer, crafting with the gems. High alch, so that's magic. So you're leveling quite a few different skills in this area. Yeah, you're dependent on the drop rates, but you know, it might be slow in the tertiary skills, but it does help. And when I say tertiary, I mean non-combat skills. The alching, the crafting. So in some ways, getting around in this game, as with the members world being much larger, can seem more difficult, but is also potentially easier to do. But you have to know where to go, because it's like, oh, you want to go to a certain town. You know, you don't necessarily go straight to that town. You might use the game necklace to teleport to a mini game like Castle Wars or something else, which is adjacent to that town, and then you're like, oh, I can just walk over to that town. As opposed to on RS3, where there's Lodestone Network and you can teleport into many of the towns directly without using different spells or means of travel. So, I mean, they're still there, but you know, you don't need them as much. Because, like, there's the Falador teleport, Lumbridge, Varrock, but then there's the home teleport. That's kind of what got turned into the Lodestone teleport for RS3, and so that teleports to the city centers, you know, and so you can have Varrock teleport, but like that goes to the Grand Exchange instead, so it's used a little bit more you know, you can customize it a little bit more. So instead of going to one spot, you can go to a different region in the city. That's potentially faster, but you kind of have to know the different methods to get around to do that. And so that's where I equated it to some of the older games like Morrowind, where you're like, the Mages Guild goes to other Mages Guild, sure, but the canoes or whatever else only go to certain cities. Now those cities might connect across, but you have to take 2 or 3 steps to do it, so you kind of have to know some of the routes that comes with it. But you can get anywhere by essentially walking there too. It's just much slower, or running, you know, instead of teleporting. But that's why I want a decent pile of law runes too. Hey, nature runes, I'll take that gladly. But the law runes allow me to teleport. Yeah, but Striders aren't the only ones to do that. Like I said, in Vivec, you could take the canoes not just to different regions in the city, or not the canoes, the boats, whatever. But they would also only go to certain cities on the side. And so, but not all Striders go to all cities either. So you're like, oh, I can go from Vivec to, what is it? It starts with a B. It's north of Vivec. Burma? I don't remember now. Anyway, yeah, basically. You know, just make sure you have slow fall enabled, so you don't hurt yourself on the way down. Even just one single point of slow fall allows you to prevent fall damage, even though you're falling quite quickly. Yeah, I beat the Dark Brotherhood gearless. You can catch it out on it's on there. You can just look up the highlight reel for going after the assassin, the leader of the assassins. Took me probably about 30-45 minutes just reloading the fight again and again and again. He kept paralyzing me, and then it would also do, I think, fire damage, and so I would be paralyzed and just keep taking damage entirely. But eventually I did get it ranged so that I could beat him with just a pair of claws. No weapons, no armor. The entire first 3-hour episode is basically me leveling up my melee to 100 because I couldn't kill anything until I took their stamina down. And then I could start hurting them. So it leveled up really quick. It was, I think I had that run called the Vow of Poverty. The joke being that I got a large inheritance, a large sum of cash, but I couldn't buy or use it on any gear. So I could give it away. So like the trainers training me, sure, you can take some cash and I can learn from that, sure. But I couldn't get any of the gear or use it. It was a fun thing to do. The lighting is always an issue in that game on stream. It seems to be very dark, so I had to make a few. Rune Fullhelm! Yes! 678 kills for a Rune Fullhelm after getting 3 of them at 300. Switch that down there because they look similar. I want to get rid of that one. There we go. I'm still very, very dry. You know, I should have another 2 to 3, but I'll take that. That's huge. That's only, what, 4 hours this stream, and, yeah, I think that's the 4 hours last stream, too. So 8 hours for me to get that. It's totally not worth that. But that's the drop rate I ran into, is about 8 hours to get that. Wow. Oh, I'm so glad I got that. I mean, I'll still do the 700 kills and see if we can increase that. That has to do with RNG. That happens in any game. Heck, I could have got 2 kills and got 2 rune full helms back to back. For free-to-play, especially for melee, that's basically the best helm I can have in the game. So, $10,000 enemies for a quest. Yeah, feels like I'm about going through that. They wanted that number for 3 items. Dude, you got 15 nature runes in there. Grab those. Four more kills. Rearrange the inventory slightly just to make sure I don't accidentally dispose of those. If it's the planks, I can figure out, get those back. This grind, no, I don't want to get rid of those. Water runes and big bones. Okay. I'm still below the drop rate, but actually getting that made this. Yeah. But yeah. I appreciate you hanging around as long as you have, Arcus. Go get take care of what you need to, and thanks for hanging around and seeing the victory. Statistically, it's not a victory, but for this stream, I'll call it a victory. I got the item I was looking for after 4 hours. So, catch you later. Thanks. $19 more kills. Can we get a repeat? Mithril arrows and big bones? Okay. There we go, 57 hit points. Now finish that kill. Rune? Ruby, okay. They both start with R. $17 more kills. Can I get a repeat? Bob, just let me see what they drop. I know you want correct keys, yep. Okay, that's 2. There we go. Yeah, I can get rid of the Earth Talisman. Not sure when I'm gonna be doing the rune crafting again. That's a grind. Wall runes, yes. Is that shorter Varrock teleport? Mine the essence. Because I could use the air staff, and I would just need fire runes and the wall runes. Just a few more to go. Sapphire, big bones. What are you giving? Rubies? Okay. Earth runes and big bones. There we go, non-aggression now. Iron arrows and big bones. So let's see what we can get in 10 more kills. That guy's over in melee range with the warrior. You're gonna hit, dude. Okay. Nature runes. Definitely need those. Face tanking in range gear? It's a choice. Definitely a choice. Especially when the safe spot right behind you. Yeah, we all make mistakes like that, right? You think you're on the right square, you run off. Besides the accuracy, I don't think max hit would change with any of the options there, but I'll have to check. Big bones. Yeah, so fires faster, you do more damage. Accuracy, slight boost in accuracy as it implies. Although with 58% versus 59%, rapid would probably be better. chaos runes, okay. Ooh, what are we gonna get? Big bones. And 5 coins. Six more left. Let's see. Cosmic runes and big bones. 5 more. .45 defense. Things you like to see. Five defense levels so far. Sapphire and big bones. Not bad. Not great. Rune drop, please. Nature runes. That is a rune. And it does make me cash, just not the way I'm looking for. Law of runes, okay. Two more kills. Let's see what we can get. Anything good? Come on, come on. Rune Battle Axe? I don't know. Big bones and coins. 500 coins, I mean, it's not bad. Okay, last one. What are we gonna get? Okay, last one. Come on. Lucky drop. Iron arrows and big bones. Well, so there we go. That's what we got. So, thanks guys for hanging out. 4 hours in, getting 1 rune full helm drop, no battle axe, and 2 rune medium helms. That's an interesting takeaway for 4 hours. But anyways, I appreciate you hanging out, conversation, and we'll keep this grind going next time on day 9. See you later.